Excuse me, is the session started? I can't hear any audio.
Guys, give me like a 10 minutes actually. Nah? Just hold on. Some emergency. Just hold on 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so actually, guys, my mother actually got fall and I was just helping her. Sorry for that. Okay. Anyways, let's get started. Okay, I'd like to talk to first of all, Neha, you only, ma'am. Can you unmute once, Neha?
I can hear you, Akash. Sorry,
Yeah.
I was thinking like you're talking, but I'm not able to.
I'd like to discuss one thing with you regarding the feedback, Neha.
Yeah.
I saw your feedback for last session as the average. Can you please help me out with that?
I mean, you want to talk me after class or right now?
If it is a brief, you can help me out. It's good. Then let's detail and talk. We can talk after class also.
We'll talk after class. No problem, Akash.
Sure. Fine. And one from a Venkat also. It's a very long back, Venkat, although you have given very long back. I didn't get a chance to talk to you also. So I'll discuss with you as well at the last. Fine. So guys, first of all, anyone, any question, any doubt to ask from any session? Anyone, any question, any doubt to ask from any session? In the meanwhile, I'll switch my laptop also. Right. Because this is a process. If we get any feedback now, so we have to talk to people regarding their concerns. Allow me like a minute. I'm switching my laptop. Okay, no question or doubt. Oh, that's great. That's great in terms of either I'm teaching very good, either you guys are not revising. So for maximum people, the second point will be more true, that you guys are not revising. So 1 second. And guys, some of the people attendance was were very low. And the okay. So guys, for few people, the attendance came out to very low because yesterday I was just analyzing your batch. Normally I do in the beginning, but I didn't get time for this batch to analyze initially. And I found out that attendance are very low. And the reason for that is because a lot of people are not marking their feedback. And guys, who don't mark a feedback, then attendance will be low and that affect the certificate side. So make sure for these 2 days not to miss that feedback form, guys. Okay, which is very important for you to have the certificate. So we'll open that Edu React evening. Okay. So if we go back to the application side. Okay, so we left with one thing called Nginx, Jenkins and Nginx. One is Redux and React Native, right? So guys, I'll do one thing. Jenkins and Nginx, I like to pick at the last because that's a small topic we can understand easily at the last also. Better to pick the Redux, which is a little complex topic, guys. And we should do that first, okay? Now, as a disclaimer also, guys, Redux is a little complex topic. I'm telling you in the beginning only. And the reason for not to make you guys afraid that, okay, you cannot learn the Redux, nothing like that. Just I'm telling you in the beginning that Redux is little complex, okay? So the point is like that in terms of, I'll say that when we are talking about the Redux now, guys, so it is like an optional thing. So it is just like an optional thing. Means if you know Redux, it's good. You don't know Redux, that's also fine. But it's good to learn. Guys, if I have suppose this is, I am the one who's the owner of this batch. So how I should do is I ask you to go back and revise the React properly before studying a Redux, because Redux is a framework for JavaScript. So Redux is not only used with the React, guys. You can use the Redux with the Angular also, Backbone also, Vue also. It's like an independent framework. Okay, it has nothing to do with the particular React. So point is like that, guys. It's good to know these frameworks, but the majorly that if you don't know the React, it is difficult. But you don't know the Redux, that's fine. So here, guys, the recommendation is just learn the structure Try to understand the behavior of the Redux, the flow of the Redux, the application of the Redux. But no need to worry, guys. Redux is not something that somebody can understand in this only online class in like a 1 week or 2 weeks. So Redux requires a lot of practice in terms of your implementation. But yes, structure-wise, we'll try to I'll try to make it more clear to you, and the approach-wise also. But implementation-wise, guys, I recommend everyone to try this if you can, so you understand it better. So what we can do is we can do one Redux application today. Plus, I can start with the native also. Okay, if I can start a native also. Then today you revise the Redux topics. Then we come back tomorrow and again try to do one more application Redux, that at least we do 2 application structure. You understand it better. Now the point come to mind is why exactly we should use the Redux. What is the alternate to Redux? Guys, Redux was, when Redux was not there, how people use a React, understand? Guys, there are the basically 3 popular framework came in the market when we talk about the React. One was called as Flux. Okay, Flux. It might be possible, guys, some job description, you find the framework called Flux. Okay. So last I did in 2016. Now you understand that it's been more than 9 years that I have not done the Flux because it's very low chance that somebody is using it. Other framework was Relay. When I was working in React, it was Relay. Like Relay, I did it. So after Flux, the Relay came into picture. People started using a Relay also. Then after that, guys, in 2018, the Redux come into picture. Okay. Now it's up to you. You're using or not using. To understand one scenario here, guys, we make this complete end-to-end application for the food delivery, correct? We are able to achieve each and every functionality on this application, right? Now, we never find any difficulty in making any kind of a feature there. Now, the point come to is, if we don't find any difficulty in making any feature, then why I should do something extra? The biggest problem that we have is 2, guys. One, scaling of the application. Second is the state management. What do you mean by state management? The state management means, guys, we know we can pass the data from parent to child easily. That's okay. But guys, if the component is non-nested, like as example, we have done this thing here. Now, this home page and the listing page were a non-nested components. They are not nested with each other. Now, the problem was that how I can share the data between these 2 components which are not nested. But later on, guys, after the HTML5 came into picture in a full-fledged manner with their session storage or browser storages, basically, this problem also gets solved. Now we are able to basically, guys, manage the data between the 2 non-nested components also using our session storages. Tomorrow, I'll take out some time and talk about one more thing called context. Okay. In a hooks, there is an option available called context. Okay. So tomorrow I'll show the context hooks also. So basically what happened in that scenario. So when we talking about, guys, this was a problem that people were facing, that they are not able to communicate between the 2 non-nested components. So what the solution they find out? The solution they find out is, take a simple scenario, guys. Suppose you and me living in the same city. Okay. You and me living in the same city. Now the problem is that, guys, we don't know each of our address. Suppose we start talking first time. I don't know your address. You don't know my address. And suppose we are both new to the city as example. Okay. Now, guys, when you're both new to the city, but while talking to each other, we come to understand that we both know one common coffee shop. Correct. We both know one common coffee shop. Although we don't know the address, we are not good with the city locations, but we both know the one coffee shop. So we decided to meet. How we'll meet? Guys, I will come to this coffee shop because I know the address. You come to the same coffee shop, you know the address. Now from here, we can meet, we can communicate. And now if I want to go with you, I can go to your home because you are with me. Similarly, if you want to come to my home, then you can come with me because now we are there, able to communicate somewhere at a common place. The point here is like that, guys, we have common meeting place, which both of us are aware of, and now we can communicate each other. So this was a problem that is solved by the Redux. What the Redux provide, guys? Redux provide one thing called store. Okay. Redux provide one component called as store. Now, store is going to be common across the application. Basically, what happened, guys, in the Redux, you have only one store. Okay. Basically, in the whole Redux application, you have only one store. And what that store do? The store is a one that help to communicate. So you can say that it's like a browser storage only, like on the own application storage. You can say application storage where I can save some data, and wherever I need, I can access that data. It's a kind of a storage we create, guys, imaginary storage or a runtime storage, where we can save some data. Okay, and ultimately, and then what we can do is we can idly use this data across the application. So this was the major motive that Redux trying to solve. That now we can communicate with and share the data between two non-nested components. First was that. Second problem they're trying to solve is structure. As of now, what happened, guys, when you make a React application, notice that we are writing everything at one place in terms of, I'll say, you have the API calling also, you have the display also, content also, everything you're putting in a same place. Correct? So people say it's cluttered, but as a React developer, guys, you never feel like it's cluttered. It's very clean approach of a React, which are able to manage. If you know good to write a code, you can easily manage it. You make a two component, one to write a logic, one to display. So it's not a problem there. Now, the third problem they're trying to solve is they say the flow of the application. Now, basically, it depends upon you. Guys, as an example, I'll give you. There is a very popular term in a market called MVC, right? MVC, that stands for Model View Controller. Now, basically what happened, guys, around in 2016, the MVC came into picture through .NET. MVC is not a framework of any other languages. Only MVC came into .NET by name of MVC5. Those are .NET developer, they must be aware of this. So basically, guys, what does MVC give? This MVC give us a structure of writing a code. They tell that how the application should be structured in such a manner that everything can be manageable. As example, guys, in our home, we have Almirah. In Almirah, we divide the section. Okay, this section is for a shirts, this is for a pant, this is for the socks, like that. We divide that sections. Correct? In a similar fashion, the MVC trying to solve the problem that the thing which is cluttered, things which is messed up can be kept separately. But after that, what happened, guys? Now you can say, I can write the MVC in the Java also, Python also, Node.js also, React.js also. Now, the point here in terms of when we talk about, guys, basically then how the MVC is used in the other languages, guys, MVC is just left as a structure. So basically, MVC is nothing more than just a structure there. So in a similar fashion, guys, when we talk about the Redux, Redux is a one that gives us the three major things. One is called state management. One, it gives us in terms of, I'll say, guys, your the structure of the application. Third, it provides us one additional feature that we call it a unidirectional flow. Means the data will flow in the one direction. Okay, these are the three major benefits of Redux. And to make a Redux application, guys, there are four major components involved. One is called as action, one is called as reducer, one is called as store, and one is called as component. Action, reducer, store, and component. Now, what these all elements do? Action. All API calling will happen inside action. Well, API calling. So what it return? It return two things. One is called type and one is called payload. Type and payload. Then we have the reducer, guys. What the reducer do? Guys, basically the reducer is something which help to manage the states. Help to manage state. In terms of, guys, basically it makes sure that the previous data and the new data are managed properly, they're clubbed together, or the latest states get updated. So it takes care of all. And what it have? It have the switch cases. It has the switch case inside this. Store. Basically store the data take data from reducer, take data from reducer, okay, and save for, and I'll say accessible across the application, accessible across the app. Okay. Component responsible for calling action, responsible for calling action. And second thing, view the output, view the data. So there are 4 things in one particular application of Redux: action, reducer, store, and component. How the flow happen? Okay, let's go to the, we'll search Redux architecture. It's a Redux architecture. Okay. In the Redux architecture, guys, you will notice there are 4 different components are there. One is called as a view, one is called as action, one is called as reducer, and one is called as store. Now, view is basically, guys, responsible for the display part and calling the API. So basically how the flow works. Suppose I want data for the particular item, then I'm going to, from a view, I'm going to make a call to the API. I'm going to make a call to the API, guys. Okay. In the action, basically, guys, we have the APIs. Okay. All the API call will happen inside the action. Now, what does action do? This action will return 2 things, guys. One is called type and one is called payload. One is called type and one is called payload. Then what the reducer do, guys? Reducer will get the state. Okay. Now reducer will compare the old state with the new state. If there is any change in the state happen, if any data got changed from a old to the new state, it update the store. It will update the store with the latest data. And guys, from a store, data will flow inside the view. From a store, data will flow inside the view. So view will call the action. Action will pass the data to the reducer. Reducer is basically pass the data to the store, and store will update the view. So this is how exactly, guys, your application structure work. Now, these are the 4 components. How we write a code for that? We'll talk about that. Okay, now, but first of all, till this point, anyone have any question or any doubt to ask, go ahead and ask. Then we'll start implementing that structure also of the Redux. Raise hand if anybody have any question, any doubt.
If
Yeah.
there is no, sorry,
Yeah.
if there is no change in the store state, right? Then what would happen in the view? Would it get refreshed or?
No, if you call the API, then no update in a state, then nothing will change, buddy.
Okay. So is it the same process? Like if you remember originally when we discussed that there we can have multiple components, right? To develop the page, right? Like home page, it can have header, footer, and then body, the main component. If header and footer, I don't want to.
No, that's a different story, buddy, because that's the
Yeah.
story of the single page application, buddy. This is about a data flow.
No, so
That
I'm trying
case
to.
happen when you're doing a routing, jumping with the pages. This is about the data flow. Anyways, you call the API, but data is not get updated. So again, your view node have to be changed. So view will not receive any updated state. That's what it is.
So if
But
my
it's the re-rendering or jumping within the pages, buddy.
so in header and footer, if I don't want to like every time when I'm switching from one page to another page, right? If I don't want to re-render header and footer part, right? Rest all main part I want to re-render. So how I can do that actually?
Put that routing. Anyways, we are doing that. Anyways, it's happening already in the previous application. Have you tried that previous application with us? The first application we made about Zomato, have you tried that?
Yes.
So, buddy, you just put a console.log in a header and footer and start jumping between the pages. You will notice that nothing is header footer is not getting called at any time. Only on initial load.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will try one more time. Yeah.
That's
thank
by
you.
default managed now, because you're putting that in route file. So route file is not getting called again and again. Only the initial load that route get loads.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Any more question, guys? Anyone? Okay. Now let's go back to the start writing a code. Again, I'm telling one thing, guys, no need to worry about it. If you don't understand the structure in a one go, don't worry. Try to understand whatever you can. If you're able to get 50-60% also, that's also fine for us. Because guys, understand, if things are that easy, then if nobody will, it means it take at least 2 months, yeah, to get a hands-on over the Redux very well way, right? But obviously we have a limited time to learn. And in that time, we have to explain every single thing, right? So that's, we are trying to cover maximum of it. But don't worry, if you're able to have 50-60% of Redux architecture also, that's good. Okay. Just as a disclaimer. And again, I'm not demotivating anyone. I'm just telling, because what happened, guys, people start thinking, "Arey, sir, I'm not getting it. I'm not understanding it." It's fine. It's fine. Nobody can understand everything in a one go. Why else everyone is a Mark Zuckerberg? Why? If in a one day, everyone can understand everything. Understand the logics. So understand the flow, understand the logics, and keep doing a practice and understand. And the best part of Eureka, you have a doubt, raise a ticket, have a session, one more session. It's fine. Okay. So first of all, guys, let's start with including the Redux in our application. So we'll start using a Redux. We have to install 2 packages. One is called Redux and one is called React Redux. So PD desktop, January. Sorry, API, January, edu React, January, edu React email. CD Redux, npm I Redux and React Redux. In our next application, I will start using a middleware called Promise middleware, because in this we are not making any API call. In the first app, we are not going to call any API. We'll understand a structure first. In a second application, we're going to call the API. We are going to the middleware called Redux Promise. That's one of the easiest one and the most used one. Apart from that, I'll walk you through Saga also. Likewise, guys, the unlimited thing is a never-ending process. Yeah, keep learning. But the best one to use the Redux Promise. It's easy to implement, simple approach. With the Saga and Thunk, extra effort have to put there. But anyways, I have one walkthrough there. So don't worry, it's a part of our course. We have to give one walkthrough of that Saga application also. Once you understand Redux, anyways, I'll have one application Saga also. I'll give walkthrough of Saga as well, right? Fine. So install the packages. We'll start the application in the meanwhile. Obviously not run because we have deleted almost everything. Now we'll start making our folders, guys, here, okay? One will make a folder, say actions. One folder called reducers. One folder called component. One folder called container. And then one folder called, what left? Store. Okay. Why we have 2 things, component and container, basically, guys. And second thing, you're not going to use the hooks in this Redux. If you're using a Redux, anyways, you have to go with the class components. Okay. So that's one of the other thing that people are not using a Redux. That's clearly indicate people are not using a Redux, because people slowly moving toward the hooks. So nobody in the market, no new application coming for Redux, guys. Don't need to worry about it. Okay. Means in the market in India and in US, both I'm talking about, you are not getting any new application for Redux. And again, I told in the beginning only, I'm the one who take interviews for every big company. भाई आप नाम बताओ, मैं उसका इंटरव्यू लेता हूँ. तो मेरा डेली का काम है, मुझे पता है कि जेडी में क्या रिक्वायरमेंट चल रही है मार्केट में भाई. I have a people of 18 people team. भाई मेरी पूरी टीम सिर्फ यही काम करते दिन भर बैठ के, बाकी सब कंपनीज का हम इंटरव्यू लेते हैं भाई. If applying in India or US, तो 70% चांस है कि आप React और Angular के तो मेरी टीम के पास ही आने वाले हो. So that's the best part. So now guys, in a store, we'll make a file called store file. Session class में दिखाता हूँ मैं आपको वो चीज भी, how exactly it works. So you can store file here. Then we have the action files. What about Australia? No, Australia, I'm not taking care. India and US, we are taking care. So basically, we have a taking interview. First round of interview is taken by my team only. Maximum places, India or US की तो सारी openings हम take care कर रहे हैं अभी तो. India and plus US. So first round of interview will go through my team only. ऐसा है अभी. TCS, Infosys, Accenture, Tech Mahindra, Wipro, Global Logic, Deloitte, जितनी आपकी बड़ी कंपनी, स्टार्टअप का तो हम नहीं करते, बट जितनी बड़ी कंपनीज हम सबका करते हैं फर्स्ट राउंड. So here in action guys, we say action files. In a components, basically we'll say display component. Okay, display component. And don't worry guys, those are looking for a job also ना, you can share me your resume because I can forward in every companies. Like मतलब मैं हम एक जगह पर डाल देंगे, वो आपका पिक कर सकते हैं resume. If anyone looking for a change in React and Angular, तो वो I can help. I cannot commit anyone कि हाँ मैं दिलवा ही दूंगा, ऐसा नहीं है. I can forward your resume. So it's a fair chance that you can start getting a call from these big companies. ऐसा वाला. So in the action guys of action file, in a component we'll make a display component. Okay. In the store we make a store file, and then in a reducer guys, we can have a multiple reducer in one application. Okay. As of now, I'll make one file, say main reducer.js. Main reducer.js. Okay. And in the container, we'll basically have the home.js. वैसे एक में देना मुझे, होल्ड करना, just 1 second. So in one application, guys, we can have multiple reducer. And then on the other side, how we decide, guys, how many reducer we have in the application, we'll discuss about in next application. But in first application, we'll take in a way that we have one reducer. Means basically one main reducer and the second reducer. Okay. Then SRC folder, we have one file called index.js. Anyways, guys, without index, the application will not run. So index is anyways required. So we'll start with, first of all, guys, index only. In the index, we are going to import React from React. Then we are going to import React DOM from React DOM. Then we are going to import one new thing here, provider. Provider, okay? That is coming from React Redux. Provider is coming from React Redux. Then we're going to import store, that is coming from /store store. In that store, we have a store file. And then we're going to import home from ./container/home. So import React from React, React DOM from React DOM, provider, store, and home. So this is a place, okay? This is a place where view is connected to store. This is a place where view will be connected to store. How? Earlier we simply had React DOM.render, but it's different now, guys. Here, use a React DOM.render. In this, you will put one thing called provider. Okay, you will put one thing called provider, and provider is having a store like this. Provider will having a store like this. And now, whatever the main component, routing or whatever it is, will become between this provider. So this is a place where view is got connected to the store. And after provider, we'll say document dot get element by ID root, like this. This is a place where this particular connection happened. View and store is connected, but how view will access the data, we'll see that. But this is a first place where view got connected to the store, guys. Okay. Anyone, any question till this point? So far, good. Okay. Next, we'll come to the action. Okay. Now, in the action, basically, guys, API calling happen. But just to make a things little simpler for first time to understand. So I am not going to call the API guys first for only first time. Obviously, next application show that also. Although, guys, as per the demand now, as per the requirement, I have to cover one React Redux application, but I'll cover two normally in every batch because that make it a little more easy for understand. Akash, give me like a 2 minutes now. Basically, action will basically what it do is we'll say export function action name. Suppose my action name is movie list. It can be any action name. Okay, my action name is movie list. Now, what this action will return? Guys, this action will return two things. If the API calling, then API data. But right now, no API calling. It returned two things, guys. One is called type. Which action get called? So my type is movies list. And second is the payload. One is type, one is payload. Okay. In a type, basically, guys, I have given the movie list. In the payload, basically, I'm returning that static array I'm writing right now. If it's an API calling, then the response of the API. As simple as that. So we'll say ID colon 1, name colon Avengers. Then ID colon 2, name colon Jab We Met. ID colon 3 and name colon Mad Max. So this is the action it do. We can have multiple actions in one file, multiple different actions. But right now we have one action that will give me the list of the movies. Yes, Akash, now go ahead, buddy.
Yes, sir. I wanted to ask that, sir, the home page which you have connected to the provider. So that home page is the simple home page we make, or it is?
Don't worry, sir. When I make, I'll explain you that. It will come in front of
Sorry?
you only, bye. Wait for some time, it will come in front of you only.
Okay, sir. Means I was just getting confused. So it will be a sign up page or something
Sir,
or
that's
a
up to you, whichever
normal.
page you want. Home page can be any page. For me, it's not a sign up page. I just show a list of item. It can be possible, but for you, it's a sign up page. It's not like that, na Akash? That home page is always a sign up page. Who said this thing?
Uh, yes, sir. But the home page means we are just. I am just imagining like a landing
Just
page.
simple page. Simple
Yeah.
page called a home page. Any page can be a home page. Na? There's no such
Okay.
point like that.
Okay, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Next thing, guys. So we have action there. We have the index file there. So the next thing in terms of your, let's come to the store. Store is the simplest file and the smallest file in the complete Redux architecture. And once you're at a store, guys, see, like your index, your store. These are the two files. One is once you create it for application, it's never gonna change. Means nothing have to make changes in these two files. So these two files are going to be common for whole application. Or so if you add more components, other files will change, but these two files will not get affected or any change will not visible in these two files. Okay. Okay. So now after the action, we'll talk about next thing called as store. As a store without the API call. So no middleware required right now. Okay. For the store, no middleware required. So import create store that is coming from Redux. Might be guys VS Code put a cut over it. No need to worry about it. Okay. So they're asking to do some other thing there according to VS Code, but that break the application a lot. So they're saying that do not use a create store, use a config store like this. Okay, we'll do one thing. We'll try to replace. I never tried to replace it, but we'll try to replace it. From a last Bashna, it is showing this cut. But anyways, we'll try later on. Leave it like it is. Now we import here reducer, guys. Import here reducer from /reducer/main reducer. Now this is a place we are connecting store to the reducer. This is a place we are connecting store and reducer together. How? You do like this. Let store is equal to create store and pass here reducer. And at the end, say export default store. That's it. So we say export default store. So this is a one that helps us. We'll try to replace the config store if that works, or something else is not required for to change. We'll see later on. But yes, you import the reducer here and then you pass the reducer in a store. Now this is a place where connect. I'm writing in a comment also, guys, for revision. It'll be easy. You can easily read this comment that which part, what is happening in which part of a code. Okay. Now let's come to the reducer. We have one thing called main reducer. Guys, if we have more than one reducer in the application, all the reducers will basically have to be declared in this main reducer. All the reducers have to be declared inside the main reducer. Now here, guys, I have only one action that's called movie list. I'm going to deal with the movies list only as of now. Okay. So to manage that, I need only one reducer. So how we decide, guys, how many reducer? Although for a whole big application also, you can manage everything in the two files, main reducer and the second, whatever reducer you want to create. But you can segregate into more bit and pieces. You will see that. But as of now, I'll make only one more reducer that's called movies reducer. Movies reducer. So in the main reducer, guys, first of all, we're going to import combine reducer. Import combine reducers. That is coming again from Redux. Now, we'll say import. Now, by any name you can import. I'll import by the name of films. I import by the name of films. You can import by any name. I say import films from /movie reducer. Import films from movie. So you can give any name to that, guys. Okay, I'll give a name as film. Now, what we'll do in this case, guys, we will declare all the reducers. This is a place where we can declare all the reducers. So we'll say const root reducer is equal to combine reducers and declare your reducer. If I have 10 reducers, I have to import all the reducer and declare here. And finally, we'll say export default root reducer. Now, what will be inside the movie reducer? The switch case, I will write it down. But this is a main reducer where we declare all other reducers of our application. Okay. So our action is ready, our main reducer ready, our store ready, our index ready. Now, let's go in the flow from where we start calling our action. So there come my component called home component. In this application, I have only one component that is called as the home component. Okay. So now we're going to import React and component from React. Then whichever component, important interview question, guys. In an interview, they ask you a question, map state to prop. Earlier we have two things there, guys. One map state to prop, one map dispatch to prop. Nowadays we don't use a map dispatch to prop. Okay. We only have map state to props these days. Any component, okay, any component that is going to talk to the Redux. So guys, any component that is going to talk to the Redux, for that, you have to import connect. That is coming from React Redux. So guys, any component that is coming from Redux that need to have talking to Redux, that need to have connect inside that. So we'll say class home extends component. Class home extends component. Then we say export default connect. Export default connect. Now it takes two parameters, guys. One, here we have one function. Here we have component name. My component name is home. Just put it here. So now here is one function. What does function do? Here we will receive the updated state. Now, as I mentioned, guys, you can access any state, any data in application. So which data you want to access, you can access here, guys. What we write? I will write one function whose name is map state to props. Is it a predefined keyword? No, I read ABC, that's also fine. But normally we give a name this as a map state to props. Why? Basically, it is a component which receive the state and pass as a property to the component. This is the one who will receive the state and pass the property as the component. Okay. Now, So what it will talking to? We write here return, and in this return, now I can give any property name. Suppose my property name is my data, okay? And we have to select this way, state dot film. What is state dot films? What is films? Guys, this films is your reducer name. It means in this component, I want to access the data which is coming from the reducer films. I can access data from any reducer, guys, now. So here I just want a data that is coming from the reducer films, only that particular data I want. So whichever, so suppose I have two reducer there. Suppose I say next property, say my data one. I say state dot say city. So suppose I have one reducer called city. So now I can access the data of the film also, city also in a same component. Whether nested, non-nested does not matter, guys, here. So here, guys, now you put it like this. In a first connect, you will put the map state to props. In a second connect, you can make a home. Okay, this is a first story. How are you gonna call the action? I'll tell you guys. This is the most easiest application, guys, I'm trying to make in Redux. I understand it's complex. A lot of files are included, but this is the simplest application that can be made to explain you the structure better, to explain the flow better. Till this point, guys, any question, any doubt? Okay. Next steps. Here now we have to start calling our action. Now, how are we going to call the action? Let's understand. Now, to call the action, guys, first of all, you have to import that action. In one file, I can import as many actions. The best part is that suppose how you're doing, guys. So earlier, suppose in one component, I get the data of the city. Now, if I want data in second again, I have to call that API, complete API again. I don't have to do this thing now. I just call the action and access the data from the reducer. So in any application, any component, any data can be accessed irrespective of nested or non-nested. That's what the major role of the Redux. Instead of flat structure it create, anything can be accessed anywhere. Now here, guys, I want to call the action. Suppose I have 10 actions here. So I can call any action in any component. So I'll write here movie list, and that is coming from / actions and action file. / action and the action file. Okay. Now it's a place to call the action, guys. Call action. How are we gonna call it? Same way, guys, in the component did mount. Basically, you are going to call the player. How? We'll say this dot props dot dispatch. This dot props dot dispatch and action name movie list. And notice one thing, guys. Now I am no longer maintaining any state inside the component. You will no longer maintain any state inside the component. So the re-rendering only depend upon the state coming from store. The component re-rendering will depend upon the state coming from the store, because you're not having any state here. You're not going to update the state here. When you're not going to update the state, component anyway is not re-rendered. Understanding? Okay. Then here come the render. Now we are at a render. Now in this render, as of now, I will just write return. And console.log the state here, guys, to see console.log state. And in this render, we return. In the return, as of now, I just write h1 tag and say Redux just to see the application is working fine or not. Now from here, we are calling the action. Action get invoked. Action will pass the data to reducer. It's nothing as of now. We'll write a code next thing. Reducer will pass that to store. Store will pass to view. And the view will able to access the data using map state to prop. This is a flow. In a component, how we display, we'll talk about that, but only one portion left, that is reducer. Now, reducer will depend upon a switch case. As guys, in one reducer, we can handle the multiple actions. So we will write a switch case that which action data have to be returned. Okay, so we write here. We are connecting action to reducer. But the point is like that. We don't have to say import that action here. This is taken care by framework, guys. Obviously, if everything you are doing, then what the framework will do for you. No need to import any action here. We simply like this way. Export default function. It takes two parameters. One is state. The initial value of that we set as null, and action. One is state, second is action. We write a switch case on the base of action type. In the switch, we write action dot type. Action dot type, and we write a case here. The case depend upon, guys, the action type. So the type of the action name is movie list. So we write here movie list, and what it return, action dot payload. Action dot payload. Else, in the default case, it will just return the state, which is null, initial state, which is null. So we return the action, or you can directly return a null also from there like this. So depending upon the which action get called, it will return that particular data to my component. Now, structure-wise, the whole flow is ready. Now we start the application once. We'll not get any data on the screen right now. We'll just see Redux. If we see a Redux, it means the things is on the right place. Nothing went on the wrong side. Let's have a look. Oh, even laptop is little running slow today. Not sure why, but yeah, it's slow today. See, we get Redux, which indicate things are on the proper side. At least we are on this understanding that things are working on the proper side. Now, from code I see reducer is calling action. Is that right? Yeah, correct. No, reducer is not calling action, buddy. Action is called here. Reducer is just having a data from the action. That's it. Okay. Now, guys, if we try to check the console, see. See, you get a films. In that films, see, you can receive by the name of films. Why films? Because ultimately you call that action will give a films. So action is getting called and you're receiving a data here. And now, in the final state, what we'll do to display component, guys, will pass the data to display this movie. This is a simple one. This is, we have done a lot of time. So, but the only thing to understand is how it will pass. So we'll say import display component, that is dot slash component slash display component. Now, so this display component we are putting here, guys. Okay. To this display component, we will pass the data, guys. We'll say data list is equal to this dot props dot my data. That's how it works, guys. The state you got now, that's why the name of the function is map state to props. Map state to props. You are mapping that state as a property. This dot prop dot my data. And at ABC, then it'll become ABC. Now, guys, display component role is very simple. You just have to now display the content on the screen. That is very simple. Just let me do that. And then this is how the whole flow work. Let me revisit once again after writing it. And then you have a question you can ask. So import React from const display having a props arrow curly bracket. Then guys, we'll have export default display. There in a similar manner, we have a return. Return will have empty brackets. Empty will have H2. I'll say movies. Or I can write a center tags also. Okay. And then here, guys, I call the method, say render movies. Abhilash, you're on mute, buddy. Unmute only. So here pass a props. So can you cover the payment gateway? हाँ देखते हैं भाई. यार देखो, I'll trying my best है ना, जितना maximum कर पाऊंगा भाई मैं करके दूंगा आपको. Don't worry about it यार. Whatever maximum I can try, I'll do. Don't worry. ठीक है? Don't worry about it. I'll try my best here, and I'm trying my best although to cover every possible thing. And here basically you will pass that property name that is called data list. Data list. Okay. We'll write if data list and simple return and iterate. Guys, payment gateway quite easy. ऐसा कुछ मुश्किल नहीं है. It's not very difficult. Like okay, it's something very big thing. It's a simple thing. You just need a good backend for that payment gateway. If you have a good backend already ready, though, it's very simple. I'll show you. Don't worry. मैं try करूँगा. I'll show you that. Okay. Here I'll make a div and I'll say item dot name, and here I'll say key is equal to item dot. Okay. Now let's have a look. See guys, we're able to print it. Like that. So this is the complete flow. Again, I'm repeating, guys, whatever we have covered till now also, na, if you have revised this much, I can guarantee you in writing, there's no interview that you cannot crack. आपको लिख के सकते हैं बात. If you have done this properly, then no interview in the market which you cannot crack. इतना content हम लोग cover कर चुके हैं अभी तक. We have done that much code. Fine. So one last time through the flow, and if anyone have a question, they can ask. From action, we have from component, we're calling the action. Action will pass the data to the reducer. Reducer will pass a data to a store. Store to the view, and view will access it as a state. We bind that state as a property, and that property will display. Okay, let me try one thing. What it's saying now, config store. Is it really working, or it break a lot of things for us? It's just a text editor thing, guys. Nothing more than that. I mean, it's not like that. See, everything is working for us. Obviously, guys, these things will keep coming. I just want to see, is it going to break something for us? See, it's saying that config store is not a part of a Redux anymore. Oh, so this is what, if you change one thing, then a lot of things you have to change. It is coming from, I think, in a Redux. Inside that there must be something. Okay, there's something called as @Redux toolkit. So first of all, you have to install this @Redux toolkit, which is not there. If I try again, I'm not sure. I'm just trying in front of you also, right? This is what the open source is, guys. Things will keep coming, keep coming, keep coming. You don't have to worry about it. If you know the basics, you are good. So suppose this is something new. I have to just read more about it. Okay, how to implement it, how to use it. If I'm able to implement it well, then ultimately it's good. If not, then I have to read more article for that. So understand, guys, this is a part and parcel of a developer life. That these things will keep coming and these things you have to keep working. Let's see. I'm not sure, but let's just try. If it breaks, then I'll ultimately will not waste the time on this. We'll jump to the next topic. Just give me 1 minute. Let the developer server get started. The next topic, guys, which I want to pick is a previous pending topic from previous class. That is Nginx with your Jenkins. But before that, we'll generate the native application at least. See, guys, this is what you notice. Now whole application got break. Now to fix one thing, we have to fix a lot of things. See, so if we check here, this is what about the open source. If it's going to fix one thing, then a lot of things you have to fix. Now it's saying something else. Reducer is a required argument, but function object can be passed into combine reducer. Is a required argument and must be a function or an object that can be passed to combine reducer. मतलब ये तो कभी never ending process है भाई. Let's come back to our previous structure. So we have to study this ultimately more than what to be done. So it's better to stick to the thing which we are perfect with. ठीक है. Anyone, guys, any question, any doubt in this structure? Anyone not clear with any part of this structure? Yes, Sandeep.
So how many store we can create in one application?
One
One. If we create multiple, then
is not required, buddy. How are you gonna map it? So
okay,
there's no place to map it a second store.
okay. And
Rendering
one thing,
only gonna happen from one place. Na? Rendering to gonna happen from here only. Is only one place to map a store. How are you gonna map a second store here? They have not given any option for that.
okay.
That's all single store application.
Okay.
Question? Okay, Neha.
Yeah, Akash. So my question is like, can you open that home component?
Mhm.
So I see, I mean, we are able to trigger our action using dispatch, right? Props.dispatch. So
Yeah.
how this component get access, this props, this dispatch? I mean, I can understand that
By
my data
default,
because
every
we
component have a default props, ma'am. If you just console.log of props, by default is there. And when you put component under the Redux, by default, it have a method of dispatch inside the prop.
okay.
Yeah, it's a default method available there. Earlier, we had one function called map dispatch to prop also, but not required now. The by default available in a framework. Okay. You can just try just setting a console.log this.props. You will see that. Okay. Any more question, guys? Anyone? Okay. I will generate the application for React Native. Zamir, I'll come to you 1 minute. I'll generate the application for React Native. In the meanwhile, okay, if we get time today, we'll start today, else we'll do tomorrow. But ultimately, first of all, we'll generate it. For generating that, we write npx. So, guys, basically, for normal, what is a React Native? I'll discuss that in a little. Or let's do one thing. Let's do a React Native. That's a major topic. Then Jenkins we can take last, or might be tomorrow. Okay. So with npx go, npx first of all create React native app. I'll say my mobile, any name. Now, what is this React Native, guys? Okay, Zamir has some question before jump into that point. Yes, Zamir, please go ahead.
Yeah, Akash. We have map state to props in home component, right? Do we need to have that function in every component?
Yes, whichever
Uh,
property Redux you have to have.
Okay, for every component, we need map state to
If you
prop.
are trying to access the store, we need to have it. You can give any other name to that, that's fine. There's no need predefined name, buddy.
Okay, Akash. Thank you.
Okay. Now, guys, basically what this React Native is, understand. The application that you are trying to create as of now is basically about the mobile apps, web application, right? Whatever application you're creating, guys, there are web apps. Web apps in terms of like they run on the web, obviously, right? But ultimately, we say, no, I can open a mobile also. Yes, you can open a mobile, but ultimately that's called mobile view. Guys, you can open the Facebook on your browser, one thing, and you can open ultimately Facebook inside the app. You can open the Facebook inside the browser and open the Facebook inside the app. Then guys, both of them have the different experience, correct? For both of them, the experience is different. For the app also and the web also, just like same way. The application you are building, yes, this application can work on the, I'll say, mobile browser, correct? But this application is not giving the feeling of the proper app. This can run on that, but does not give any feeling of the mobile application. Look like you're opening the application in the browser. So then they come up with a new, so people are using an Android and iOS for that, right? The way to make it available is Android and the iOS. So guys, people come up with a solution that as a React developer only, I'll do something in such a way that I don't have to learn the Android or the iOS, but I can make the Android and the iOS application. It means that a person who is a React developer is by default learn the React Native very easily. What change happened? I'll talk about that. Hardly a very few change happen in the application. Plus, the best part is that you can run the application as an app on the Android or the iOS. That's the best part. Okay. So, first of all, we have to generate that application. Create React Native app. Like we say create React app, but say create React Native app and the app name. This is going to generate one native application structure in your folder. Then basically, how are we going to run it? Either you install a simulator in the laptop, or the best thing is, guys, I'll show you 1 minute. Let me connect my mobile phone to the laptop to show you what exactly we do in the mobile. Okay, so I got my data cable to connect a phone here. Now in the mobile also, we have to install one application called Expo Go. So first of all, I'm going to show you that on my mobile itself directly. One second. Okay. So guys, this is my mobile. Okay. Now in this mobile, guys, you need to have one app called Expo Go. Expo. This one. This app need to be have in your phone, guys. Expo Go. It's available over the Android and the iOS both. Okay. Once you create this application, they give an option. Are you going to run on the Android or iOS or web? The best option is that, guys, you write an application like this. So you just say cd my Bobby, my application name as npm run web. When you say npm run web, guys, on your browser, on the port number 19006. Oh. One second, guys, you have to install these packages. Please install this. And after this, it asks us to install one more package. Actually, let's install this and one more. So basically, guys, what happens is when we are going to an npm run web on the port number 19006, it run that application over the my mobile. So in my browser, and then, guys, basically it run the application. Then it generate the one QR code. Okay. The condition is that, guys, your mobile phone and your laptop should be on the same Wi-Fi network. Okay. Your mobile phone and your web should be on the same Wi-Fi network. First thing is that. Okay. It should not be like this, guys, that you start the hotspot of the phone and accessing a say laptop through a hotspot of phone. Then you cannot experiment this thing. And guys, how to connect your phone with laptop not required. I'm connecting because I have to show the output of that. Else you have your phone in your hand. You can see the output. I have done that because I want to show the output to you. So basically here it's going to be in terms of, guys, when I scan so my mobile and my laptop should be in the same Wi-Fi. Then I'm going to scan basically, guys, here the QR code from my phone. When I scan the QR code from my phone, basically what it do is it will run that application in the simulator called Expo Go. Obviously, guys, I cannot show you by making this native application live, because for making it live, I need an iOS account, which charge around $100, right? So it costs around 8,000, 9,000 rupees to make any application live. So this is not a part, and we don't have to show that. We have to show you by running on the mobile phones only, not to talk about the deployment process. Although your build, APK and iOS build, both things are available in the application itself. If anybody interested, they can obviously deploy their APK or the build over that application. Okay. Once it's done, we'll run the command npm run web. When I run a command called npm run web, now we have to wait. There's the only problem right now with the React Native is that particularly if I talk about now, guys, it is in the actual, even not the version number 1 has came in the market yet. The current version is I think 87 or 89. I think which you can check also. The current version will be, I think, 87 or the 89 right now. 0.71, not even 80. 0.71 is the current version of that. It's mean even the first version is not yet launched, but people are using in a market. So we have to teach it. I cannot say it's a very stable yet, but it's good to do that. Best part is it reduces the company cost, because on the same cost of React developers, they can design the mobile applications also. Now on the port number 19,006, guys, it is running on the web. Okay, but we don't want a web, so we'll close it here. Now we'll go to the app. So what I'll do is, with my phone, I'm going to scan this QR code. Okay, now it's going to open in Expo Go. So I'll open that. One second. Open in Expo Go. So I'll say open in Expo Go. Now guys, on the mobile phone, your application is going to load. And now whatever changes I made in my app will be reflected here. Means you, with the help of learning of a React only, you are trying to make the Android or the iOS application of your web. But there's no such thing like that, guys. Okay, the code of the the web can be used here. No, this is a problem. You have to rewrite the whole application. There's no way that you can use that all direct code of the React inside that mobile. All the API callings and all are fine. API callings and all you can copy paste, but the view is different. What is different in React Native? I'm coming to that. But first it gets load. The only thing is, guys, first time when it load the application on the mobile, it takes some time. So basically it's compiling my application. It'll take some time to compile it. Once it gets compiled properly, then only it will run. Till this point, guys, if you're not able, anyone not able to understand that what is React Native, go ahead, please. Clear all? Fine. Now, guys, as a React developer, what will change? First of all, guys, class components, hooks components, function components, both are fine. API calling, fetch, Axios, async, await, all are fine. Use state, use effect, use reducer. So basically you're adding that Redux or adding anything is fine. Now, the only change that come into the application is basically the component name. You see, okay, still loading. I'll see if I can scan the QR code once again. Hold on. My Wi-Fi. Oh, my Wi-Fi is not connected here. Okay. That's what, if Wi-Fi is not connected, obviously not work. It's very interesting. Basically, I find it very interesting because without having any knowledge of the Android, iOS, I can do a mobile apps. This is the only thing, guys, you will face a little issue in the React Native is about the first time loading. First time loading is something a typical task. Do you see it's compiling the whole application? Once it gets compiled, it loads. So yeah, little tricky. Because obviously, guys, it's little heavy. And the day when this will come full-fledged in the market, then the job for iOS Android developer gone. The day it come full-fledged in the market, then job for iOS Android developer gone, because they are no longer required because you are full-fledged doing it. But still, we're waiting for version number 1 of it. It's still in the .71. Okay. Now, the only change, guys, that is going to happen is in the component name. Now, your basically HTML tag name. No more HTML tag will work here. As example, if I have to make a div, okay, I'll go to the components. If I have to make a div, guys, we don't have a div tag here. Here you have one thing called view tag. So class component, function component, that's fine. But instead of div tag, we have the view tag here. First of all, we don't have any p tag or say a tag. We have the text tag here instead of p tag. Similarly, for an image tag, we don't have an img tag here. We have the image tag here, guys. This is the only thing that is changing. The only thing that is changing in your native application, which you have to learn, is basically how which tag to use for which particular structure. For instead of div, you have to use a view. Instead of a img, you have to use the image. Instead of a simple button, you have to use a button like this. Similarly, guys, for everything they have given that what to use for what. For normal input boxes, you have to use the text input. So this is the only thing change first. Second thing, guys, that is changing here is particularly the second thing that is changing is particularly your style. We don't have a separate CSS file. If you remember, guys, the first application, I'll show you how to create the object of a style. Same thing you have to do. You have to create a style as the object, not as a separate CSS. So only two changes are coming into picture, guys. One, you need to have the, I'll say the CSS, which is ultimately as a object CSS. Second change is rather than having a normal HTML tag, you have the specific tag of the React Native, which you have to use. They are the only two difference that you have when we are talking about the React Native. Only these two things, guys, you have to learn that which tag to use for what. And second thing, guys, you have to learn is particularly that CSS should be a part of it. That's it. बस ये दो ही चीज समझनी है, guys. बाकी तो you already know about the React. As you know about the React, not at all a problem there. कुछ error दे रहा है, cannot connect a server. Look like now my Wi-Fi has a trouble with this. Okay, we'll experiment one more thing. I'll just change my location. 1 second. I'll go a little near to my Wi-Fi. Hold on, guys. Let me change my location. Let me go near to my Wi-Fi. This is more or less the Wi-Fi issue, basically. I hope this time it able to load. Once it load, then it's good. I think its new update is available. 1 second. Just wait for 1 minute, guys. Notes. क्या बोलना चाह रहा है? ठीक है. Let's do one more thing in the meanwhile. We start it once again. ठीक है. In the let's start doing some coding, guys. है ना? So ultimately we got stuck. If it not run, then we'll see what to do. But anyways, it will run. Don't worry about it. It's a foolproof working applications, and it's not difficult to make them work. Fine. Now let me show some examples to you guys. Okay. So we go to mobile, my Mobi. Basically, guys, it will create the structure look almost same, but we cannot delete the things here now because ultimately it has a lot of Android and iOS files. So we'll go to the my Mobi. And one more thing is there, guys, extra this .git folder, which I have to delete, else I'll not able to push your code to this code to Git. Okay. Now, oh, sorry, I was on mute. Okay. Now, first of all, guys, let's see. We cannot delete all the files and folders here, guys, first of all. So we'll go with the existing files. Here also, we have one file called app.js. We have an index.js, but not like a normal HTML index.js, a little different than the normal index.js file. Then after that, we have one thing here called as your app.js. Now this app.js is the main file through which whole of the flow is controlled. You notice one thing, guys. if I have to use any component of the React, if I have to use your view or a text or a button, first of all, here you have to import that. So here, first of all, we have to import that particular structure if we have to use that thing. Now, I'll start making some changes there. So I'll delete this status bar, not required for me. Now I'll tell you guys how to. So I'll by showing you that we can maintain the state here, update the state here, everything I'll show you by doing in this. And the best part is in my mobile also, this app got loaded. See, my mobile phone, my app got loaded. So let's start making some buttons here. Let's start updating some states here and we'll see how exactly it will look to us. Now, the very first thing is, guys, I'm showing you that we are going to maintain the state, and on the click of a button, we're trying to update that state. Now, I'm going to use a simple functional use state and use effect. It's up to you what you want to use, how we can define a state. So, okay, you see one thing called export default function app. This is also right syntax. Either write like this. If you're comfortable in this structure, you can write like this also. Export default app. Both are fine, guys. Any one is fine. Either write export here or write export here. Both is good. Here I'm going to use, first of all, say use state and use effect. Guys, these two are the hook which can do everything for you. These two hooks are more than sufficient for us, actually. Now here I want to make a button. If you have to make a button, first of all, you have to look into this place that what exactly feature of buttons you have. To make a button, guys, they say earlier how we write. We write a button, we close the button. In between that, we write a name of the button, then write an on-click functionality. But it's different here. First, you have to put a button here. If you're, guys, it's a component. It's not normal HTML element. You start a small letter, you have to start a capital letter only. If you're using a button, first of all, you have to import the button because without that, you cannot do it. Then in the button, we have one thing called title. So I'll say title and I'll say press me. Okay. Now on the page, it start coming the button. And even you can use simulator of this. It will tell you that, guys, okay, how this button look on the web, how this button look on the Android, how this button look on the iOS. You can see all the things from here. Now I'll try to do one thing, guys. I'll try to add one alert. Okay. When you click on the button, one alert will pop up. Let's see how that part work. First thing. And the main thing is the button which I'm creating is not going to be clicked by the web. I have to click in my mobile only. So first I'll start the alert here. I'll take alert here. Okay. I have to import that. Now what I'll do, guys, on the button press. Okay, we can give a color to the button. Suppose my button color is red. You can name any color to button. And now rather than on click, we have one thing called on press. Not on click, on press. And now here on press, basically I'm going to call my alert. I'll say alert dot alert that button got hit. Button got hit. Okay. So we made it. Now, although on the web also you can see, but I cannot click, guys, because of my mobile phone, right? So when I click in my mobile, see, guys, like any web application, mobile apps, this same kind of pop-up I'm experiencing in my application because it's a native app. So what changed? First, normal button changed to the button component. Title was between, now it's here. Second, color you have to give like on click will become on press. Is it clear, guys? First of all, Anyone, any question, any doubt till this point? Then I'll show some more things also. But I'm not taking a break right now. I'll try to just as usual we end at around well, before it's around 11. So let's just complete the flow. Okay, I don't want to break up flow right now. That's why I'm not taking a break, because then connect a mobile and disconnect a mobile become very difficult for me again. I want to save a time. Okay, we'll compensate that break at the end only. Okay, so let's just do it for at least half an hour more. Huh? Fine. Any question guys to this point? No. Okay. Now I'll show one thing, guys, how we can maintain the state and access the state. Same way, guys, I'll write here const title is equal to use state and set developer funnel. We call the API, we make a proper list of the restaurants also here. Yeah, we'll do it today only. Now, guys, if you get title, now you've displayed, first of all, you have to import the text here. Okay. You have to import one time and use many times, is fine. Now, in this text, how you bind a state? Normally, just put the curly bracket and write the title. Now, if you go back, guys, the title got changed. You see? The title got changed. Okay. Then, next thing, I want to update the state. Okay. Same way, guys. So again, I'm repeating, guys, the only thing that you have to worry about is that how to write the components, nothing apart from it. Now, even suppose as example, I'll make one button. Okay. Whose title is change text. Plus here, I'll give a color, say pink. Now on press, guys, we can call a separate function also, not like that you write everything here only. I can have separate function, call it also. Alright, on press. Suppose that one separate function, say update title. Absolutely perfect. Just call this update title and just go with this. And what this will do, this, oh sorry, in update title, it will say new title. One is that, guys, you write the function separately, or you can make one more button with color orange, and here we'll say revert title. Title name is revert text. Now what I can do, I can call this function here itself. And one thing, the best part, if we do such thing like that, I can even start getting errors in my page itself. You see, in my mobile only, I can read those errors. If I do any mistakes, I cannot move from here in my mobile. I have to just jump to the like this. Log 2, log 1. Okay. Now we go back. So here, so contrary to let's say set title. Else might be a little confusing for you to understand. Okay. One thing is I can directly write a function here itself. Say bracket arrow bracket and call the method called update title and say to revert back that text. What got missed? One more color. In the revert title, we have to say developer funnel. In one case, I call the method separately. In other case, I write the method here itself. And guys, other problem here little bit is, if we make a change a little faster now, sometimes this React Native not able to pick it up. You see, it got stuck. Obviously, yeah, it's compiling for Android, iOS. It's a little slow. But able to, if we see on the web, 19,006. You will still able to see that localhost. And my mobile, I have to again restart 19,006. Let's recompile once. Now after this, I'll tell you how to call the API and how to display data with calling the API. And then guys, rest is your effort. How much, even you can convert the whole Zomato application to mobile app. That's your call. It's all depend upon you, how much effort you guys will put. So here now. This time it will be a little faster actually to load on a mobile also. Once it got compiled in a mobile one time, see, you see next second time is a little faster. See. Now when I click on change text, the text change, I'll say revert text, the text revert. See guys, I click on alert, alert is also coming, and everything is happening in my mobile phone with this React Native. This is a beauty of React Native, guys. Anyone, any question till this point? Yes, Purva, go ahead.
So Akash, what about the style? Like it is mentioned over here in the bottom itself. So is there any way we can put it the separate
No.
file
Yeah,
for
you
this?
have a style inside there only, ma'am.
Okay, there is no
There is a
way.
component called style sheet, which you have
Okay.
to import. And with that, this kind of a style, we are learning application number 1, if you remember.
No, I remember that, but I'm just looking like we normally have the separate
No, separate
CSS
CSS
file.
now.
Okay, okay, got it.
As
Thank
for
you.
my knowledge, the last time which I've studied is not there. Might be in a 1771 they have, or in 72 they
Mhm.
might gonna have. We can read it more, but as of now, I'm not, I'm aware, it's not there.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Any other question, anyone? Now let's do one more thing, guys, in React Native. That is basically, let's call the API. Let's display the list of the restaurant on the page. I'm gonna call this API. And with this, I will display the list of the restaurant on my page. What's a const URL? Go to this. So we'll define one more state variable, say rest. And set rest. Use state is empty. Now call here. Use effect. For the callback function, arrow, curly braces. We are not looking for any state update. So put arrow, square bracket. I already explained to you earlier. Now we call a fetch Axios. It's your call. Fetch the URL. We specify the method here. That is get. In next dot, then you will have the response, and that too as response dot JSON. The next dot, then you will have a data arrow set rest to data like this. Okay. Now I can make one folder called component. And guys, anybody want to take a step forward, then in that case, you have a build of the iOS and the build of the Android here. Whatever application generating for that iOS and Android build is also getting simultaneously updated. You can pick that if you want. Okay. Now, so I'll make a one folder called component. In this, I'll set display rest. Then we're gonna import display component from dot slash component slash display rest. Then this display component call here, to this pass that property rest list is equal to rest. It's the same. Now there, let's learn some more properties of the native. First, I'm gonna import the React from React. Then this time, guys, I need a CSS also. First, import the style sheet. How you know all this thing, guys? Go here and just refer from here. Style sheet. I want one thing called scrolling list, right? Obviously, we have to make a list which you can scroll. So I'll say scroll list I have to import. And anyways, view you have to import. There are two kind of lists, guys, scroll list, flat list. You have to put some more time, guys, to see all the components. Whoever is interested. We have to import view because that act like a div. We have to import text that act like a p tag. Then we have to import image because we show the image outside students. And they all come from React Native. Then we write function display list. And then pass the props. Okay. Okay. Now here, then say guys export default. Display list. Now we want a style sheet, guys. So I can refer this. So we'll say style sheet dot container dot create container. And same way, guys, if you're writing in a JSX, now so we'll say container here. Then inside the container, guys, I have a text font size. We can say like this. In a scroll view, background, shall we give? Let's not give the background. Sorry. Margin horizontal. I don't think we should give. Okay, leave it. Up to you, guys. Up to you. So basically, I'm gonna use an image also here. Okay. So for an image, if we go, what the CSS they prefer? Guys, for an image, first of all, I have the image tag, not the img image tag. Data is coming as a URI, so I have to do this syntax. We have to give the CSS for that. CSS for that is I'll use a logo. CSS is a logo, but I'll give a little bigger size. Now I'll say logo. I'll give approximately the size of 170, 170. Okay. Okay. So the styling guys ready? Now let's go ahead and pick the content one by one. First, we have to have a return. In this return, guys, as part of a div, use view. Do not use div, use view. Second, there you have to use a scroll view. Scroll view. Okay. To this, give a style, and we'll give a styles dot container. Okay. And now in a scroll view, we'll write a render list and pass the props. Okay. Now this render list, guys, will say const. Sir, when we'll stop? Just few more lines, है ना? I know it's too much, but few more lines. So in the render list, guys, basically we give the name of that property called rest list. This is same, guys. Okay. Now arrow, now curly bracket. And is route same as the React. No, it's a little different than that. Yeah. That you have to explore a little different than that. Not like a normal React. If we do that rest list, now basically return here. In this return, we write rest list dot map item arrow curly braces. Okay. Now here, guys, again we return. In this return, we have a view. In that view, we'll have the image. Now I have to follow this syntax of image, guys. This one actually. Here you have to give a style and source. In a source, you have to give URI. Okay. In the URI, in a restaurant, we'll say item dot restaurant thumb. So the URI, we have to say item dot rest thumb. Then under this image, we'll take a one text. In this text, item dot restaurant name like this. Okay. Now let's go back and have a look. Let's see if it's able to recompile. If not, then restart. Not to necessary wait, just restart. Now this time, guys, we get a list of a scroll, and as we have not given a key for iteration, now I have not given by my wish because I want to show you that how the errors also pop up here. Okay, scan this once again. I'm going to scan also. What you can do, you can open that directly here. First time, guys, is very expensive to load. Second time, it's easy to load and faster to load also. Okay. The text got printed, but why not the image? Where are this? In a style, we'll say logo, not tiny logo. Oh, it's logo, not tiny. Okay, fine. Okay, now let's go back. See guys, on my mobile, the whole list got loaded. I can make it more better. I can jump between the things. Means unlimited, but yes, it is working. And the main thing to notice here is, guys, that it was also going to highlight that error of that key. It was coming there. But yeah, it generally highlight that warning of the key also that you're not giving any key. So in the key, I will give item dot rest ID like this. See guys, you're able to load it. Even you can access the camera, even you can access the notifications, a lot of things you can do. Up to you. How much time you want to spend, guys, over here? So lot of options are available. And the best part is, suppose I want to test this thing, like how the switch will look on the phone. Na? One option is that, guys, it directly shows the option that the switch. Second, they say you can want to test how look on Android. You can say play, tap to play. Okay, one option is that. So when you tap to play, it will just run here as a simulator and you can try it. Or you say, no, I won't try on my device. That's also possible. Yeah, one is option is, see, the switch look like. Okay, but I want to try on my device, then just get a QR code, just scan this QR code. And guys, on my mobile phone, this output will be loaded. You see? I can test on mobile how it will look. And what functionality I want to add with that, I can do with that. And to be frank, guys, I have also not explored all the options there because understand, this is not a requirement came to me to do a lot of work here. So I've not explored a lot more things are there, obviously. But to be frank, I also not get this is something called pressable. The new thing came into picture. Remember, na? Phone you do when you press little harder, long press, press out. So these options are also now available with us. See. Short press, long press. Like that. Like this. So basically that's sound disable sound in the Android, and then Android ripples. So whole lot of options are available with you. It's up to you that what you want to explore, what you want to try. You want to image in a background of your application. Yes, that's also possible. Like this. So guys, this is what I recommend to try this as much as you can. Obviously, everything you have to try, but this is one other thing that you guys can try. Now tell me, now disconnect my phone first before you take your doubts. Anyone, any question, any doubt till this point? Clear? Okay. No question or doubt? Check. Let now disconnect my phone from here. We are good till this point. Okay. Let's stop this. Is it fine to start a new topic today? Are you guys good to start with a new topic as well? Ping me in chat. Rather, I'll take, don't worry. Okay, so mixed kind of a response. More on the no side, less on the yes side. So let's take a middle way. The middle way is something I can talk about, which is a little easy for you to understand. Although, guys, topic wise, so I have only one topic to cover as per your curriculum. I have only one thing left, that is testing. Rest I'm done from the curriculum wise, na. Okay, let's do one thing. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna make a second Redux application tomorrow. Hai. So let's just make a structure of that second Redux application. Only we will not write a much code. We'll just make a structure, and basically the view part I'm gonna copy. Let's copy that also. That do not include any coding today. So at least our second application structure will be ready, and tomorrow we can wrap up it. And guys, don't worry about content, because if anyone was worrying about initially how the content will over, guys, now you can notice yourself. We are done with that, because guys, that's my daily job. It's not the first batch of your I'm teaching, guys. I'm teaching from past 2016. It's been more than I said 10 years I'm teaching. So I have a proper idea, guys, what content gonna cover where, how much time, which content will take. So we are very much in a planned. And obviously, guys, we have to complete every batch. Not like only one batch is running right now and I have to close and I have to leave Edureka. After you have 4 more batch in a line already, right? So this is a daily job, guys. How much content, how much time, which topic will take, we are aware of that. So that's how we always keep in a plan. So what I'll do for Redux 2, guys, Redux 2 is going to in terms of an application which will going to call the API also. Plus, apart from the API calling, it is going to be in terms of having a 3 section on one page, one called latest news, one called article news, one called gallery. And for this, we are going to the JSON server for creating a dummy API, because I don't have a live API for that. We'll make a dummy API. With that, we consume. For just drawing a structure there, yes, Shrilata. So just drawing a structure there. So, sir, last 3 days, the Zomato apps are down, sir. Zomato app, no, nothing is down. I'm teaching every day. See, it's working. I'm not sure, Ritika, how you are trying, but it's not down at all. I'm teaching every day, ma'am. Every day I have a batch of different places. So yeah, they all are up. They're on AWS, ma'am. It's a rare chance it will be down. You must have done something wrong. Just check once. Desktop API January. Do reactive name. Because tomorrow, more early than the course, will able to wrap it up. Plus, I'll try to put some extra effort for that payment gateway. Also, I'll teach you. Okay. So first of all, I install the packages which are required this time for a second application of Redux. Don't worry, guys. Last topic. We're just creating a structure. We'll not write a code today. Okay. npm I say Redux React Redux React router DOM. Routing required, routing not required. But anyways, so I'll show by the structure of writing also. You don't get confused. React router DOM plus React Slick to make a slider. Okay. What else? Redux promise as a middleware. Okay. So these all packages are required. Then second thing I require is, guys, first make the folders index, container component folder. I'll copy, guys. I'll not add a container component folder, because that's more like a say HTML stuff. So we'll not spend a time on that anymore. Component container folder, action folder. That I'll write. What is a part of Redux? I'll write. Reducer folder. Then store folder. In the store, we'll create a store file. As again, I'm writing that same structure again, so that if anyone's still confused, they can ask. Action file. Rather than I'll take it out also, but don't worry about it. Main reducer. Okay. This is done. And then, okay, we'll go back to the one of the previous folder batch, basically. Okay. Now public folder I'll take because I have some CSS all things there. Plus this JSON data. We'll paste it here. Third thing we'll take is your component folder. Okay. And apart from that, we'll go back. Now here guys, the component folder, I have one header, very basic. One footer, very basic. Routing, okay, let's delete the routing. We'll write a routing tomorrow. In a home, I have a 3 component: article display, gallery display, latest display. It's nothing guys, a render and simple map to display data. Nothing logics in this. No very hard and fast logic in this. Only gallery have something new called slider, how to make it, that anyways I'm gonna cover. And rest, what will become in a container. So how many reducers are there? We'll talk about that. And the container, anyways, I'll have one form.js. Okay. Now easy guys, it take another half an hour to complete that Redux. So my plan for tomorrow is, first of all, I'll complete this Redux 2. Then I'm gonna talk about your say Nginx, then testing. Okay. Then I'll talk about payment gateway also and context API also. There are 4 or 5 things which I have to cover at the last of the course. Okay. So we have compensated the break today, guys. Anyways, so now first of all, what else this folder gonna have is one last thing, that is a Saga walkthrough. So I'll put that Saga application also here today in only. So this folder at least will be complete. Okay, this is the last folder of the application. So this is already there now. Okay. Now I'll push the code and open the platform for everyone. Those who have a question to ask, they're most welcome. And then if you don't have anything, you are most welcome to leave also. And then we'll discuss. So 1 minute. Let's say React. And guys, I think I covered the Git already. Right? Git part is already covered. Okay, branching and all are there. Okay, kal branching bhi dikha दूंगा आपको. Or let me show branching today only. Yaar. Hardly take a 5 minutes for branching. Let me cover that also. Basically, is what happened in the real time. In the real applications, guys, what we do. So multiple developers are working on a code. Correct. As multiple developers are working on a code and the code is running live also. Guys, multiple developers are working and code will live also. Correct. So how are we going to manage our code changes? Guys, to basically manage our code changes, we take the help of the branches. And what is that branches basically, guys? Basically, guys, branches is in the terms of like when developers start working, what they do is they create their own branch for writing that code. Okay. They create their own branches for writing their code. As example, we have only one branch called master branch. Suppose I am working on one feature. Okay, I have to work on new sprint or new feature. From this master, we'll take a new branch. We'll write a code inside that. We'll do all the coding inside that. And then once I'm done, I'm ready for deployment. Then guys, basically what I'll do is I will raise one pull request. Okay. I will raise one pull request. And guys, with that pull request, I am going to merge the code. That's how it works. Let me show you. Suppose guys, I go to this folder that we have created for React test, React push. Suppose I want to work on new feature. So we'll say this one, git checkout those 2 people whom I want to talk, they already left. Arey neha yaar, galat baat hai. This I don't like, yaar. This is a little political then in that case. If you don't have anything really to talk, Just marking average, letting someone down is not good, yeah. Very bad. She only said that we'll discuss at the end of the class, and she already left. Arey yaar. Basically, what happened, guys? We try to put a 100% effort, right? We are speaking louder, we are speaking, talking, and for someone it's very easy to mark average, isn't it? But guys, when you at my place and you understand the feeling, what you feel when you, so it does not impact me. Not that Edureka will fire me, not like that. But it feels bad, yeah, when you're putting up 100% effort and when time to talk, both the people who have just given that, they left. They're only those two people who have given that. Sure. Anyways. Chalo, we'll talk Neha tomorrow in a first thing only because today she left. Okay, so we say like this way, guys. Git checkout minus B. Sir, you're doing a good job. नहीं भाई, thank you for that, but ultimately look bad ना यार. जब आप पूरा effort put कर रहे हो उसके बाद फिर कोई ऐसा करता तो बुरा लगता है यार. चलिए, anyways. So git checkout minus B and a branch name. Suppose I say home page. Okay. Now switch to a branch, guys. Suppose now you write any code here, okay? Any change you write. As example, I'll make one file, say data.json. Okay. Now make a file called data.json. So basically what happened in this case, guys, now we can push. Let's say git add, git commit, say code and git push. What happened, guys? This code git push minus u origin homepage. Now this code get pushed to the new branch called homepage branch. And from there, what you can do is you can raise a pull request. How? I'll show you. See, compare and pull. You raise a pull request. Whoever the reviewer, they will review the code. And if they find it good, they will just merge that. Now your code got merged. This is how, guys, exactly it works. So git checkout branch name, and this is how you can create a new branch. Minus B branch. Okay. Fine, guys. I think that's how I am done for the day. Now go ahead. Those who have a question or doubt, they can ask. And if you don't have any question, we are good to go, good to leave. But yes. Yes, Rajan, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. My basic question is when I should go for the Redux, because
Earlier,
you know,
when
yeah.
the application is bigger and so ultimately when application is bigger, then you want to make a more manageable structure, you can go with that. But I don't find any reason now to go there.
Okay, because whatever we are doing through the action, we can do through the fetch and then display the content. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and one more thing that you said that the store is at the application level. So can we store the data? It is like a in memory only, right? It's not
Yes.
permanent data. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I got it.
And guys, those who are leaving, make sure to fill that feedback because your attendance are coming 0, yaar. So sort of feedback ka jaan do, else your certificate will be affected. Yes, Fatima.
Yes, Akash, I'm also having the same question, like with the example, like I want to build one website, my clothing store. So what for state management, should I go for Redux?
I don't think, ma'am, not required.
Okay, so means we are having 3 ways to manage the states. So if we don't go for Redux, so should I completely make the app as a functional components, or I should mix class plus functional?
See, whichever you are feeling more comfortable right now. If you're feeling with a comfortable with a class and functional, you can go with that. If feeling more comfortable with the hooks, you can go with that. Your choice. Both are
Yes,
fine.
it will not become outdated, like class components will not become
How
outdated.
it's outdated? No, nothing is outdated.
Okay, okay. And sir, one more thing that you were telling, that if we just redo all the apps you have shown in the course, we can get a job, right?
Means you can
So,
crack the interview idly, easily.
okay, okay. So means, will it be a good idea to demonstrate those apps on
Obviously,
Git, or
yes. Obviously, yes.
means they will not think like this may be the part of course.
This one part. No. Obviously, suppose I'm making this application of Zomato, right? Now
Yes,
I'm
yes.
showing that Zomato application, say, to someone, and showing that okay, this is what I have made as my POC project. Obviously, you can show that.
Okay, okay. Okay, thank you.
Sure. Then Ritesh. Ritesh. Ritesh, your voice is not coming, by. Okay. Purva.
Hey, Akash, you told like I can share the resume also because I'm looking for job.
Correct,
So
ma'am. कल बात कर दिखाता हूँ आपको. How
okay,
exactly.
okay. Sure. And one more thing, Akash, what about like a certificate we were talking about? So if you tell me the base, like what all base are there for that, so I think it will be help for me to like get the certificate in the question.
How to get that certificate, ma'am? One final project is there which you have to submit. You can submit that in next 3 weeks. If you're not able
Okay.
to submit next 3 weeks, you raise a one request, one
Okay.
ticket to the Edureka. That needs some more time to
Okay.
submit.
Okay, so that final project you're gonna tell like what kind of project it is, or it will be
Ma'am,
the
ideally that you have to read. That you have to read. That's that's come under your bucket.
okay, okay, sure. Thank you.
Akash.
So, sir, means only the use state and use effect is enough. We will not
Always.
even means
Not
enough
anything is
to
not required. Why? This is sufficient to get it done. Any application can make with that.
for big applications, e-commerce kind of also, right?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay,
Because they remove all the things.
okay,
Okay.
okay, fine. Sir.
Hello. Hi. Am I audible now? Actually, now I'm unable to hear. Hello. Yes. Hello. Hi. Now am I audible?
I think sir left.
Ritesh, audible, bhai. Go ahead.
हाँ सॉरी, वो आज जो हमने ऐप बनाई है तो
हाँ.
क्या हम सेम जो हमने आज फोन पर ऐप बनाई है तो
Right.
हम वैसी वो रिएक्ट नेटिव यूज करके क्या हम एक इंस्टॉलेबल ऐप बना सकते हैं कि मतलब
अरे
जैसे
इंस्टॉलेबल ऐप ही है. ये ऐप इंस्टॉलेबल है. बस आपको जो iOS और एंड्रॉइड का फोल्डर दिख रहा है ना,
हाँ
उसको
हाँ
बस आपको अपलोड करना है iOS स्टूडियो या फिर एंड्रॉइड स्टूडियो पे, बेसिकली वहां पर ऊपर. बट उसके लिए आपको अकाउंट चाहिए, तो इसके लिए अराउंड आपके 7-8 हजार रुपये लगेंगे भाई.
नहीं एक्चुअली एंड्रॉइड पे तो कैसा होता है ना कि एपीके फाइल ही होती है हमारी, तो वो
हाँ तो
तो
उसकी
हम
भी एपीके फाइल है ना, आपको पूरा कोड मिल रहा है इसमें। आप रिएक्ट नेटिव में जाके देखो, वहां पर पूरा कोड मिलता है आपको रिएक्ट का। बस इसको रन करो किसी भी एंड्रॉइड स्टूडियो के अंदर और एपीके जनरेट कर लो इससे।
ओके ओके ठीक है सर, वही पूछना था मुझे। फिर हम इससे कोई, जैसे हमने यूजर से एक्सेस लेके फोटोज या मीडिया की, वैसे करके हम गैलरी ऐप वगैरह बना सकते हैं ना बेसिक।
क्यों बना सकते हो भाई, कुछ भी बना सकते
ओके ओके
हो।
थैंक
ग्रेडल
यू।
पड़ा हुआ है इसके अंदर, अगर आपको ग्रेडल यूज करना आता है एंड्रॉइड वाला तो आप ग्रेडल
हाँ
यूज करके इसको कंपाइल कर सकते हो।
ओके, एक्चुअली वो मुझे आता तो नहीं है, मैं देख लूंगा कोई ट्यूटोरियल वगैरह। ओके
ठीक है
ठीक है, थैंक यू।
भाई। एनी मोर क्वेश्चन गाइस, एनीवन? चलिए ठीक है गाइस, देन आई विल सी यू गाइस टुमारो। बाय बाय, टेक केयर।